Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Let's get into it. Okay, we hit all new all-time highs again. Again. All right, let's see what we got today. Before we get started, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and affiliate company is not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. And then go to lastbuytrading.com so I can get you sorted. Let's begin. First, we want to see if we're going to test 1950. There's probably not a lot to do in between here. Probably not a lot to do in between here. But the rally must go on. So, yeah, the market is crazy rallying. I believe due to the earnings of the Mag 7, right? They all came back with a beat, I believe, for the most part. And we had a rally off of Apple yesterday, which greatly helped our long-term portfolios. All right, before we get interested in calls, because we don't like buying at the top, we're gonna need to see a pullback. We're gonna wait till we see that pullback above 2202. So maybe something like this. So we're gonna wait for that. Man, if we hit new all-time highs again, jeez. It's about to happen. It's about to happen. As soon as we get over this 02, new all-time. Okay, welcome to new all-time highs. We gotta wait for that pullback, or you're just gonna hold all day. For this one, I like it to be significant. Let's at least, get to 23 and then pull back. That would be ideal. Remember, we're in the uptrend. We are in the uptrend. We should be looking for our call entries. Man, strong rally. We're gonna have to wait for a good entry here, unless you're gonna just hold all day. But yeah, let's see if we can get to 23 and then see if it pulls back. Again, we want to look for something like this right here. Man, this is a strong rally. And that's all from the earnings of the Mag 7. So if you think about it, the reason why they're more efficient, they're making more money, is because they fired everybody. Now the computers took everyone's job. AI took everybody's job. So now they're more efficient. So they're generating more revenue. The company itself generating more revenue. Therefore, the stock market is going to increase. And now we see inflation going up. So we have to think about it like this. If inflation's going up, what does that mean in the broader scheme? That means the price of things are also going up. So if the price of things are going up, you have to realize who owns those things. Right? The big companies own those things. So if the price of things are going up, inflation's going up, the companies that own those things, their earnings are going up. So inflation is good for people that own things. If you don't own anything, you're just sitting on cash, inflation's no good. And the way we can own things is owning a part of large companies. How do we do that? You buy stocks. All right, we got the 5 at 1586. Let's see how strong of a pullback we get here. All right, now look, yesterday I didn't stream on YouTube. I did do a little stream, maybe for like an hour, something like that. I did a little stream for an hour in the Discord, and that went very well. That went very well. Got a little hour of power, and also here, look, let me share. In my absence, here's yesterday's trading plan, right? The ideal setup for calls is when 716.46 forms some type of support, then we're going to look for continuation. Okay? So very easy, very simple. We see what happened from there. So if you're not on the Discord, sucks to suck. not only did we make money on that first, on that opening drive, but I think throughout the day, you know, if we'd have stuck with it pretty well. We're gonna wait. So it's Friday. I have Friday rules for myself. So if you are trading, you gotta trade light. We want to make sure that there's not going to be any consolidation on Friday. But here's the thing we have to consider. We have to understand the environment we're in. Apple just had earnings. And there's that, you know, people want to get in on that. We're gonna let at least 2 cycles go by today. Jones is an actual real life savage. If this is going to be an ugly, grindy day to the upside, it's going to be very hard to find your entry, and they're probably going to keep slapping in the face in continuation. If this is one of those days where it's just going to be an ugly, grindy day, again, it's Friday. Friday rules. Sometimes I don't. It's very rare where I trade on Friday. Very rare. All right, we're seeing a little consolidation between 2261. Excuse me, 2202 and 2261 right in here. So they're building up liquidity right here, right? So when it breaks, it's going to have a little bit of movement, whichever side, up or down. Everything's above the water. Everything's above the water. All right, Discord, we're not going to be interested in puts until this, whatever this is here, this gray or whatever this color is. Until this buying channel, until it breaks, we're not interested in puts. That has to be it, right? Because it could, unless you're gonna scalp from like the top of this, the top here to maybe another key level, or the top here, right, to the bottom of it. But, you know, our actual put entry probably isn't until we break this gray. If you're scalping in between, then fine, but just don't hold puts too long, right? Because we're in the uptrend. You see, let them figure out what's going on in here. Because we have to wonder, all right, the move happened overnight, right? Or yesterday. Look at yesterday. Yesterday was crazy. So the move happened already. Are they taking profit here? Is this where they take profit? Or is everyone going to pile in now? This is what we need to figure out. The market will tell us. Just give it a second. To the downside, excuse me, to the downside, our first stop is 2169. What up, Chen? The first stop is going to be 2169 to the downside. So we'll see how, if we get down here, how we react to it. Or we'll see if we form support at 2202. On that last pullback in the market, I was hoping for a deeper pullback, but didn't get it. I wanted to deploy a little bit more into the long-term portfolio, but I got a little bit greedy, I guess. All right, so we got to figure out what they want to do in here, because there's nothing really to do in here. Really, there's nothing really to do in here either. There's really nothing to do in here. Yesterday was actually great. Yeah, I didn't have a live stream on YouTube yesterday. I streamed for the Discord, and it was really good. I only streamed for like an hour in the Discord, but it was a really good hour. And then I'll go over a little bit later. I'll show you the trading plan from yesterday to show you it was a great day. Just let it go by. Let me let some time go by. I'm just gonna clean this up. Man, it looks like it might be one of those annoying grindy days in a direction. Yeah, it's tough to get in at the top, man. It's really tough to get in at the top. If they break 2263, I want to see some strength behind it. Like, I want it to break this level with a very obvious candle. But we do know that, look, this is really good liquidity right here. This is good liquidity. This is obviously horizontal liquidity, but this is good liquidity in here. For only being 20 minutes into the session, this is a lot of build up here. So whenever it breaks this little area, it's gonna move. this little tiny area here, whenever it breaks, it's gonna move. Okay. Let's see if we get this strong close. Okay? Protect this trade. Remember I said if we break, hold on, let me put it again. If we break 2262 with a strong candle, here's a strong candle where we broke it, right? We just needed to break these wicks right here. If we break it with a strong candle, here's a strong candle that broke it. Barely, barely, barely. I also told everybody, whenever this little area breaks right here, it's gonna move. It's gonna move. You're gonna be able to get something out of it. That's just how it works. So look, the reason why this is a strong candle break is because this one candle engulfed all of these right here. This one candle engulfed the last 15 minutes. So this was, I'm not gonna say easy, but I did tell you what was gonna happen. We broke this level, 2262, with a strong candle. And I told you, if it breaks this, it's gonna move because they're building up liquidity. I get it. Buying calls at the top, it's not ideal. But, I always say it, the market has to fill the order somewhere. So it doesn't matter how we feel. Another thing we got to remember, we're in the uptrend. We don't want to fight the trend too much. If we get to like 2168, then we'll look for puts. But until then, we got a long way to go to look for puts. If you took this little trade right here, you need to start protecting this trade again or adjusting your stop. So when it broke, whatever this level was that I put, when it broke on a strong candle, if you took the trade, you put your stop below the last low, then you let the winner win. After you survive your first wave, you protect your trade. Now we're testing this wick right here. Now you adjust your stop. Just new all-time highs, new all-time highs. As of right now, it'll cost you $72,000 for one SPY contract. Damn. Yeah, entering calls from here. No. We got to wait for another pullback, right? There's no. You would have had to enter whenever I said if we break above 2262 with a strong candle. If we break 2262 with a strong candle, that's because we knew the liquidity is building up. I told you it's going to move. Whichever way it breaks, it's going to move. It just has, not that it has to be like that, but it's probably our best bet. Now you survived the wave. You protected your trade. You survived the wave. You adjust your stop little by little. And we don't know where the turnaround is, right? So I understand if you're getting greedy here and if you're chasing this, I get it. Look at this month. Look at this market. Oh my goodness. Look, I had 20 marked out from a long time ago. I marked out 720. But look at this. Wow. Wow. If you did the BRR of this lick box here, you're doing very well. You're doing very well. Chen, you don't work, you watch YouTube all day. All right, a little bit of weakness coming in, be careful. A little bit of weakness. Also, another reason why I believe there's a rally is because Trump just signed this new retirement plan or something like that, where they allow you to pretty much trade. You can't day trade, but you can trade. Well, you know what? I don't even know if you can day trade, but I know you can like trade. It's not like you're locked in like the normal 401k companies and hedge funds, or excuse me, 401k stuff, where you're locked into whatever they say. Now they gave the option to where people can trade. You can pretty much trade. And I think they're opening up the type of equities you can trade as well. It's not just those run-of-the-mill copy and paste. They're giving people options now. All right, look. 23.95. Let's see what happens if they retrace back to 23.95. If we get below, maybe there's going to be a here, watch. If this happens from this point here, if this happens, we want to look to see if they retest this area. So 20 or basically 24, yeah. 24 is going to be major. We'll see what happens at 24. But again, you can't fight the trend too much, right? We're in a very strong uptrend. Very strong uptrend. Your best bet is to wait below 2202. That's going to be your best bet for a BRR underneath 2202. This is your best bet. If you're doing anything before then, you're scalping. '24 is going to be major level. I think 23.95 is probably a little more accurate, but I'm splitting hairs here. The rally's strong to the upside, so there's no real, from this point here, there's no real put scenario until underneath 2202. Because to the upside, here are the scenarios to the upside. Watch. This, and this. So these are the scenarios to the upside. The only downside is it has to be here. I'm going to clean this up just because. What I say, 23.95. In my opinion, 23.95 is going to be significant. All right, look, we see we got a test of this 23.95 right here. Or we'll just say 24, whatever. Yeah, I'm splitting hairs. I'm splitting hairs. We want to see if this breaking magenta can get us back down to at least 2250. But remember the paths, right? So here's one. Here's another one off magenta. And here's 2250-ish. right? So these are the paths. It has to be whatever I'm drawing. This is where it's easy, right? This is where we can clearly see it. This is very, very, very clear. All right, if we look at the 30-minute, we're also coming up to the top of this, whatever this teal. We won't see weakness in this magenta until we get underneath this. Weakness won't come in until we get underneath this little lick box here. Look, it's the same exact liquidity box. The same exact one. It may be off by like literally cents, but this is damn near identical liquidity box. All right, from this flexion here, we got 1, 2. Let's see if they're gonna get a third bite at the apple. They're knocking on the door. From this flexion right here. 1, 2, third bite at the apple. You got 3 opportunities now. So if you didn't collect by now, you know, there's probably nothing I can do. other than tell you exactly what's going to happen before it happens. We identified all the risk, right? We got to be careful with the top of this teal right here. Okay. All right, look. Remember when I told everybody in the world that for some reason, and I'm being a little bit nitpicky, but 23.95 was sticking out to me in my head. I was like, I guess we can do 24, but I was like, 23.95. Look exactly where. Hold on, look, let's zoom in. Look exactly where it bounced off of. Exactly. I mean, goddamn. I mean, goddamn. 23.95 was sticking out in my head. You know, I was like, maybe I'm being a little bit picky, but this is what I see in my head. I was being a little bit nitpicky, but damn, it's not going to get any better than this. Now look, we're in this magenta until we're not. I was just talking on mute, I think. God damn it. I was just talking on mute. Remember, we're not going to see any weakness until we get underneath this lick box here. So we see a break. We need to see a retest. We need to see a rejection off of this lick box. A rejection off the lick box, a rejection off of magenta to keep us going. we already know where the liquidity is, right? We already know where it is. So if it wants to bounce, this is most likely either this magenta or this lick box if it wants to bounce. And it might be a little, here, I'll be a little safer. I'll be a little safer. Now look, I don't know that there's going to be another magenta here. I'm being preemptive. All right, let's see if we get below whatever this level is here, 2381. All right, now we see weakness in the magenta, right? Because it broke our liquidity box. Ideally, we like to see a break, a retest, and a rejection. Maybe something like this. A break, a retest, and a rejection. Discord, just use your 5-minute chart. If you don't understand what the setups are, let me know now. If you're in the Discord, you don't understand, let me know. If you don't understand the setups on the 5-minute chart, you need to let me know right now. I'm talking to the Discord. If you took this initial magenta, you need to protect this trade. If you took the break of this magenta here, you need to protect this trade. Remember, if you do take this, you're scalping. You're scalping. Because you don't want to fight the trend too much, right? Now we just gotta let that purple play out, right? Just gotta let that purple play out and see what happens. All right, protect this trade. Easy money, right? Easy money. Easy money. Now adjust your stops. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to adjust, be reasonable. And if you take money, then take money. But this was very, very easy. Today was very easy, right? We don't get it like this all the time. Today was very easy. Protect your trade now. Or adjust your stops rather. Very easy. I literally just told everybody on the purple. Now I gotta let it play out and see what happens, right? Here's the purple. Here's the break. Well, we had magenta number 1. We had the purple number 2. So if you're waiting for this one, then you gotta wait. But it's gonna get hectic in here, right? It has to do this. It's probably gonna want to retest, break, and retest. If it breaks straight through and it breaks, nothing we can do about that. The initial entry was magenta, right? We're in magenta until we're not. I also gave you the purple. So now we're at this purple here. So if you're waiting for this, you got to wait. It's going to get hectic though. This was very easy trade. Very easy. Very simple. There it is. There it is. Very simple. Look at the money. Look at the money we just printed. Oh my goodness. Look. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com so I can get you sorted out. This is very simple. If you're sitting here on YouTube and you're trying to figure out your life and you don't see what's happening right in front of your face, look, I went into the secret room. I told all the Discord members. I even made sure, do you know what the setup is? Yes or no? I made sure everyone knew. Everyone knew. And I talked through it. I said, look, on this purple, you got to let it play out. You got to let it play out. Look at the money we just printed. And there's people that are still going to sit there and not know what to do with their life. This is not for everybody. This is not for everybody. Easy money. This is too easy. This is actually too easy. Whoo-wee. Excellent trade. Excellent trade. And look, if you made money, think about calling it a day. This was easy. This was everything was ideal. Everything was perfect. Everything. Remember, for continuation, we wanted to see a break and retest. We got a break and reject, right? And then we broke this magenta, and then we broke this. I told you, if there's weakness coming in, it's going to be underneath this liquidity box. And then we see the break, the retest, and the rejection. It doesn't get any simpler than this. This was ideal. This was it. This was it. Whew. If you're waiting for this to break, then wait for it. But you know it's going to get hectic in here. Easy money. This setup, this was our ideal setup, okay? This was ideal. This is the setup that we're always constantly looking for. Whatever we did here today was absolutely perfect. This is what we wanted. And I made sure to ask the Discord, do you know what the setups are? If you're sitting there quiet and you're not telling me, then I'm assuming that you know exactly what to do and when to do it. It's not going to get any easier than what we just did. Now, you're following whatever exit strategy you have. If you're taking on key level, if you're allowing the legs to close, if you're whichever one you're deciding to do, now you have the option. Now you can't lose from here. So this is where you need to take the data and see which one are you more comfortable with, which one's going to work out in your favor. This is that time now that you can't lose, right? Now that you secured a bag, as the kids say. This was our setup. This was it. This was very simple, very easy. And also, don't be afraid to ask. You're paying money for a reason. You have to ask me. Or say, hey, look, what the shit's going on here? What am I looking out for? What am I waiting for? Don't be afraid to ask, but there's only, look, we had a break and retest right underneath the lick box. We had there's too many things, right? We want to see confluence, and we had plenty of confluence. We had the break of our magenta. We had the break, retest, reject underneath the lick box. We had the break of this secondary liquidity magenta, which I wasn't sure it was going to be here, but I had a pretty goddamn good idea. And on the 5-minute chart, even easier. We had the break of our magenta, and I told everybody when the purple was going to break, right? I told you when the purple was, right? I'm like, hey, look, when this purple breaks, let it play out. You know where the target is, right? This next purple. Over here, if you're waiting for this, it's going to get hectic. We already knew this. So I'm literally saying what's going to happen before it happens. If you're not understanding or you're not comprehending, or if you're new, take your time. If you're new, ask the questions. Don't be afraid to ask the questions. You're paying money for this. I'm here to tell you my assessment. And I'm using data to give you the information you need. So don't be afraid to ask me. This was an easy trade. This was the trade we like. It doesn't get any better than this. Now this purple, it has to do whatever I have drawn, right? It has to do this. Or else, look, remember, I should have left it, but remember, the other turnaround was here, off of this lick box here, which is why I have this right here. That's why I have this right here. You see this? So everything's already been set out in front of you. All the risk has already been identified way ahead of time. I should have left this one here, but I thought by drawing the lick box, you'd understand that. I have this here as well to show you it's going to get hectic. I'm going to clean it up just a little bit. This one played out perfect. So here, let me make this one a little more clean. Now we're going to see if, look, now we're in this purple, right? We identified the weakness in magenta. when it broke. There's weakness in magenta. You know, I'm literally saying the answers to the test out loud. And if you're on YouTube and you're not in the Discord, sucks to suck, man. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, but the Discord members, very aware of what to do. Easy. That was easy money. It doesn't get any easier than that. If you hesitated and you feel FOMO, stop. Don't worry. Because now you know. Now you know. Take this as data. You can't feel like, oh man, I knew I wanted to pull the trigger, but I didn't. And then look, you know, this green candle scared me. You need to stop beating yourself up. You're going to ruin yourself like that. You need to find, be happy that at least you see that I know what I'm talking about. At least a little bit. When it comes to this, I know what I'm talking about. And now you're learning. Now you're learning the risk. You don't have to know the path. Whatever. Let me deal with that. You make the money. That'll come. Just like Jimmy James said, it takes time for you to understand the risk. It takes time for you to understand what a good setup and looks like. So you need to listen to me day after day, and you're going to see me draw these paths, and you're going to see which ones work out more often than not. You're going to understand when you need to scalp. You're going to understand when you need to let it run. This takes time. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme, okay? It's not. That's not why we're here. We're here to make sure that you can do something to sustain you. Something that you can repeat day after day after day. So look, your safety puts, probably somewhere underneath here, wherever I have this, underneath this lick box. That's just what it is, because we know where the liquidity is, and we know that maybe they want to grab liquidity from here. So if we get above, if we get above 2381, we got to look the other way. I'm going to step aside for a second. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. If you're new and I'm saying, above 2381, we got to look the other way. Here's what I mean. Right now, we're looking down, right? So if we get above whatever that level was that I said, 2381. If we get above 2381, we need to start looking to the upside. It means this is most likely to play out. All right, I'm going to step away for a little bit. Don't overtrade. I'll be right back. All right, so look, in between this is probably uncomfortable, but in between here, there's probably not a lot to do. Okay. If we break this blue, you can only ask for 2202. So you got to measure risk to reward on the break of this blue. But if you made money today, which I know some of you made a good amount. I know some of you made a good amount. If you made some money today, you need to think about enjoying your weekend, calling it a day, because it's not going to get any easier from here, right? We did the hard work already. We did the hard work, and some of you're just not willing to wait for the play, and you got to know that about yourself. You got to know that about yourself. Let me put this arbitrary ass line that I had. Let me give you something to think about. I'm going to put this here. I'm going to make this teal. So look, we're pointing down now. If we get above this, you got to start to look the other way. We're looking down right now. If we get above this, we got to start to look up. That's what I mean by that. So this is a kind of a wide range. So if you're currently executing exit strategy 3, you probably should start tightening up your stops now. And if you're not in the Discord and you're watching, the Discord members were fully aware of how to make the money today. And it's gonna take, you guys are gonna need to invest in yourself. You're gonna need to invest in yourself. It's gonna cost you $150, but that $150 was made. More than that was made. That's $150 for the month, right? We do this every day. The $150 was made in one trade. So, I mean, I'm never gonna understand people. I get it, especially in today's economy. It's not easy. It's scary. Because you're just looking at a whole bunch of random lines on the screen and a random voice over the internet. I get it, trust me. But you don't have to rely on me or what I'm saying. You could go through and look at all the live streams. This is just data that you can collect on your own. You don't need me to tell you. You can do your own research. Go through my playlists. Look, while we're here sitting doing nothing, watch. I'm going to show everybody real quick. I'm going to share the screen. Screen share. We're going to go to the analysis from yesterday. Right? The ideal setup for calls is at 716.41. When that forms some type of support, then we look for continuation. Okay? So this was yesterday, and I didn't even stream. I streamed a little bit in the Discord with everybody. I didn't stream on YouTube, but I streamed in the Discord with everybody. So, and we made money. We made money in that hour. Probably about an hour. We made money for that hour too. And then, I had to leave. But I told everyone exactly what to do before the market opened. That was at 7:15. The market's it went up to 7:24 today. So, the information's there for you. And if you're sitting here struggling, that's because you're making a decision to sit here and struggle to try to guess which way the market's going to go. You're looking at one green candle, one red candle, and you're saying, "Oh man, I should have done this, I should have done that." It doesn't have to be like that. It does not have to be like that. I get it. I've been there. I've been there and done that. This takes time. It's not going to be overnight. You're going to need time to understand what the shit I'm saying. Because I don't speak like every other trader doing this stuff. They know all the technical terms. I don't know the technical terms. I know how to make money though. I know that much. Whatever language that is, I'm proficient. Now, all we got to do is wait for the setup. Because this means that they're setting it up for us. That's all this means. They're setting it up. Let me identify all the risks, and eventually you're going to understand the risks that you're willing to take and the risks you're not willing to take. You're going to understand in time the setups that you really like and the setups that are like, you know what? That was a little too risky for me. It's just going to take you time, but it always happens. Every single day we do this, so we know it's a thing. If you're not involved and you're trying to make this a thing, you got to join the Discord. Matter of fact, you can join for free. I recommend if you're interested, do it on Sunday night. Do it on Sunday night because your free trial is going to get blown over the weekend. So do it on Sunday, and then go through all the Discord, look at all all the wins that I post. Every single day we do this. Every day. Today is not an anomaly. Today has been absolutely perfect. Okay? Let me pay attention. How much time? All right, we got a little more than 4.5 minutes on this candle. Okay. All right, Discord, you should be protecting this trade by now, right? Protect the trade. This is plenty of money. This is good money right here. You should be protecting this trade. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to protect the trade. And if you're watching right now and you have no idea what's going on, that there was even a trade available, you need to join the Discord. That's all I can say, because I can't go over all the setups every single day. It's up to you to take control of your own life. If you want to sit there and spin subway signs for the rest of your life because AI is going to take your job, that's on you. You're deciding to do that on your own. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money we're printing right now. If you have no idea what's going on and you don't understand that the 5-minute chart is how we make money, then you're not going to it's not for you. It's not for everybody, I'll tell you that. Look at the money we just printed. And look, when it's done, I'm going to go and explain. I'm going to explain it to everybody, how everyone in the Discord already knew how to make money, and you're sitting there on the sideline watching the money go by, wondering with your armpits sweaty, biting your toenails, what should I be in, a call or a put? He's drawing this, he drew this yellow path. What does this mean? You see what I'm saying? You have no idea what's going on and you're trying to make money in the stock market. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's not how this works. This is too easy. I'm going to explain it to everybody in a little bit. Let it play out. Protect this trade though. Adjust. Ooh, look at the money we just print. Oh man. All right, that was a good trade. All right, look, I'm gonna go through it. Look, this is what the Discord members get. Someone asked me the other day, what's the advantage of being in the Discord? Watch. So look, let me clear this one up. Watch. On the break of you see this? How it's highlighted with a 2? Well, let me see if you can see it on YouTube. Hold on. Okay, yeah. You see how this line is thicker than this line here? This one is a 1. This one's a 2. This means this is my highest my higher confidence level. So, put number 1 was on magenta. Put number 2 was on purple. I walked through purple with everybody. Put number 3 on the break of purple. If you're waiting for the break of purple, wait. Here's the break of purple all the way down to where? Right to our next purple, or the exact top of the liquidity box. This is too simple. This is actually too simple. Now, I'm not saying to stop yourself out. What I am saying is take the money, because it's not going to get any easier. Follow your exit strategy. I give you at least 3 or 4 exit strategies. At least 3 or 4. So this is where you need to figure out who you are as a trader. Figure out your risk tolerance. This is that time. This is the time. Right? There's only, I can only highlight the goddamn purple line, but so much. You see what I'm saying? It's highlighted. This is our entry for puts. And I asked everyone, does everyone understand what's happening right now? I haven't read off how much time's on the candle. Look at the money we just printed. Now you decide when you're ready to take profit. And if you're sitting here on YouTube and you're trying to figure out what the hell's going on, how'd they make money today? You need to join the Discord. That's all I have to say. The answers are right in front of your face. You have no idea. I shouldn't have to babysit grown adults on how to do something positive for their own life. If you're not in the Discord and you're thinking you're just gonna make it off YouTube, free YouTube guy who's doing charting, don't work like that. Doesn't work like that. You're still sitting there confused. How do they make money? I don't get it. I'm switching the channel. Oh, there's a commercial came in. I'm switching the channel. Good luck. Good luck. This ain't for everybody. And if you switch the channel, if you're not joining, you have no idea what's going on, it's not for you. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Doesn't mean you're a bad person or you're not cut out for this. It just means that my strategy is not, it doesn't work for you, right? That's all that means. Some people like doing indicators. Some people like doing whatever it is. You know, if you're okay with that, if indicators work, everybody would be filthy rich. If indicators worked, everyone would be filthy rich. And then they would have no value, right? This was too easy. We had a good day. From 2289. All right, this is good money, all right? From 2289, let's say if you got 2289, all the way down to the lick box, 2202, this is good money. And again, I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to be reasonable. He said, I go off vibes for real. Chen, you can't trade off of vibes, man. I mean, you can do whatever you want, brother, but if you're really trying to make this a thing, if you want to quit that fucking job someday, you want to show up with a joint in your mouth and your middle finger up and be like, look, I quit. Me and my Gucci flip-flops, we're out of here. If you want to live that one day, you can't trade off of vibes, brother. There has to be data supporting whatever you're doing. It can't just be, well, I see a red candle, I see a green candle. The indicator tells me, because the indicators only react after the fact. We need to know ahead of time. That's why I'm here. To know ahead of time what needs to happen. Now, if you're taking profit early, if you're taking on key level, don't be upset when it keeps going. Take that money and realize I just got paid to learn a very valuable lesson. That's all we need to do. Because if you keep beating yourself up, coulda, woulda, shoulda, it's gonna ruin you. Because the next time you see a red or green candle, it's gonna make you jump off a cliff. You have to wait for the data. I'm presenting all the data. I'm giving all the risks. I'm telling you what the next level is. Ahead of time, not after the fact. I'm being very specific with specific numbers. This is too easy. I went into the secret room. I drew up the play. I asked everybody, do you know what the play is? Now, if you're new, don't be afraid to ask. This is why you're here. This is why you're paying money, to understand the way I speak. And if you're in the Discord, I don't mind going over it 1,000,000 times. If you're on YouTube just trying to make a quick buck, good luck. It's not going to be easy. I don't recommend that. Boom, boom, boom. No, Juan. No. No calls yet. Look, the calls, we got to get above 2381. Minimum, this needs to happen. From right here, we're in this liquidity box here, right? So something like this needs to happen for calls. Okay, so this is the call scenario here. You want it to push up, retest this level here, and then reject. Probably back inside this blue here. Until then, we're not looking for calls. Let me let this play out just a little bit more, and then I'll tell you exactly what the call scenario is. All right, watch. Let me do it. Yeah. Join on 5 p.m. Sunday. That's what I recommend. And then go through the Discord and look through all the stuff. When you join the Discord, go through all the lessons and stuff that I have in there. Don't just sit and wait for the session to open. Yeah, hold on. I'll get back to you in a second, Chen. Give me a second. Let me do some work. I gotta do some work. All right, for calls, we're looking for the break of this orange, okay? Let's see if we want to look for the break of the orange for calls. Which should look something like this pattern. Let me make sure. And then we want to look for the top orange. Yeah, exactly. Whatever DC just said, do that. You got a paper trade for a little bit. But the call scenario is far away. It's far away. If blue gets us to orange, then we'll know we got something. Then we know we got something. Also, I have a leveling system to level the account. I highly recommend. I know this is not what a lot of people want to hear. If you don't take the time, just take some time, take a week or two, at least a week or two, just paper trade. You're gonna need time to understand what I'm saying, how I speak, what the risks are, you know, how I'm identifying the risks. Because sometimes I don't even ask, right? I'll just draw the path and draw the algorithms and the trends, and I won't ask because I'm thinking it's clear. But when you're new, give yourself at least a couple weeks. Give yourself a couple weeks so you understand what I'm saying, so you understand the risk involved. So for example, if we're here right now and you're looking for a trade, your best bet is to wait for this right here. You see this? Let me see if I could draw a little bit better. Your best bet is to wait for something like this. And when I'm drawing this, essentially every, what is this? Like a little cup right here. I call it a flexion. Every flexion has to be a break, a retest, and a reject. But look in here, like I had a while ago, probably not a lot to do in here. There's probably not a lot to do in here. We need to see some confirmation. Now, if it breaks and just shoots up, my bad. There's nothing we can do about that. But from here, the best, your best bet for puts has to be like this. All right, now look, this blue took us to orange. So now we know we got something. Now we know we got something here, okay? So if you're taking orange, damn, orange to, this is kind of risky because you're going from orange to purple. So you got to measure risk to reward from orange to purple. If it gets back inside purple, then we can look to target this next orange. This is the next risk. And when I'm saying this is the next risk, because look, let's say we're in calls, right? 50, yeah, I guess there's a 50-50 here. Sure, you can look at it like that. But if we're in calls on the break of this orange here, then we have to watch out that we're not gonna just still trade inside the orange. That's why I think this orange is probably our best bet for calls up here. Right? So normally I put like a 2, but you have to measure risk to reward to where? The high a day. So let's do, I'm going to mark out high a day. I'll put it white. So we have to be careful. We're not just in orange and traveling down the orange like this. So if this orange breaks, you can only ask till this purple because we know this is a high level of liquidity. If we get above this purple, then we can only ask till this orange. If we get above this orange, we can only ask till 24.91. But there's a lot of ifs, right? So if you want to wait for safety, quote unquote safety, you wait for this one. Wait for this one here. And it looks like we might be forming, watch. We don't know yet, but we might be forming this right here. So if we start forming this wedge, even better. Because we would like to catch the orange somewhere down here. We don't want to catch it way up here. Because our risk to reward from here is very small. And if we get up here, then we're going to have to wait for a break and retest. All right, so I know I just drew a lot of shit on the screen and it's probably a little confusing to follow, but it's going to take time, brother. It's going to take time. It's not get rich quick, but we're going to get, and then also if you take a trade and you make a play, you know, you got to be happy with the money we get because our mental faculties are very important here. We can't let our mind get away and think, you know, oh, I should have done, could have done, and then you take a trade and you're like, oh, I shouldn't have done that because of, and then you start making up all these excuses. We need to start trading like robots because that's what we're up against. We got to fight fire with fire. We need to start trading like robots. You take your trade, you put your stop where it needs to be, above the last low, or above the last high, below the last low, something like that. And you let it play out. You let it get to the next level of liquidity. How do you know what the next level of liquidity is? Because I'm going to have it marked out. I'm going to already have it marked out. So if you're taking trades here, this is risky, right? Because we don't know if we're gonna bounce off this purple to continue down. So your best bet is to wait for this orange. Your best bet is to wait for this orange. What up, Stacy? Oh, Stacy says we're at VWAP. Let's look. Oh, okay, yeah, we're right at VWAP. We are right at VWAP. And VWAP is converging with our, what is this? Our purple and our orange. That's not a mistake. That's not a mistake. So look, we've identified the chop. We've identified the chop. We actually don't need to think, right? This is the chop. Remember, I'm telling you, there's probably not a lot to do in here. We've identified the chop. How do we identify the chop? Because look, way early today, I told you to wait for this, because that means we're out of the chop. Or at minimum, wait for the break and retest of the chop. So we know that there's chop in here. There's probably not a lot to do in here. This, if you're trading in here, you're probably going to be somebody's exit liquidity. If you're trading in here, you're agreeing to the price. Damn, I gotta step away for a quick second. My vision's starting to go. I need to circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Carpal tunnel's acting up and my vision's starting to go. I'm starting to get tunnel vision. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay, I had to take a phone call, so I really didn't even get to do anything. But let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Okay, so look, the break of this orange to the purple, you need to start protecting this trade. If you took the break of orange, you need to protect the trade now. Okay, big movement here, big movement. So look, it went from orange to where? The top of this orange, exactly as we predicted, right? Exactly as we predicted. If you take this orange, you can only ask for number 1, purple. Number 2, the top of the orange. Everything happened. Everything happened. Now we need to wait to see if we form some type of support at whatever this level is here, 2381, to see if we get continuation. Everything happened. Everything. Or also we can look for a dance on this orange. So we want to look for something like this, or something like that. The dance right here. But if you took this orange, you need to protect this trade. All right, we got a little more than 30 seconds on this candle. All right, look, so we see on the 30-minute that we broke 2204, went to the top of this, what is this? Top of this teal, retested 2204 before the continuation. All right, look, let me see what we got. Watch this. Everybody. Watch this. I'm gonna screen share really quick. All right, watch this. Let me screen share. Here we go. Check this out. In the Discord, look at the date, look at the time. Now we're gonna click on bolt up, right? If we click on bolt up, this is what we wanted to see. The break and a retest of 2204 before continuation up. Watch this. Here's the break. Here, watch. Bam, 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 bam. Easy money. Easy money. I don't need to say much more. The answer is right in front of your face. The answer is right in front of your face. If you're still confused, this isn't for you. This is not for you. If you don't see what just happened in front of your face, then this isn't for you. Bam bam. Instead of boom boom boom, we're gonna say bam bam. All right, let's see if we can close above this orange here. It looks like they drew a line in the sand at 2406. We need to break this 2406. Which is probably the orange, right? Probably the orange. They drew a line in the sand right here. We need to break it strong with some strength. Join the Discord, Chen. Just join the Discord. The answers are in the Discord, man. All right, now look, if you took the break and retest of this teal, you need to protect this trade. You need to protect this trade. Look at the money. Look at the money. Just protect your trade, okay? Don't get greedy. I don't care if it's $3. This is a good $3 lesson. This is the best $3 lesson you're ever going to get. Look at the money. Let me see, is Juan still in here? Ah, he left. He left. I wanted to flex. Damn it, Juan, you didn't let me flex. Look at the money. Look at the... This is too easy. This is actually way too easy. Protect your trade. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to don't let it go against you. That's what I'm saying. I don't care if it's $3, whatever it is, protect the trade. This is going to be a good lesson. And look, you know, everyone thought this was just some arbitrary line that I put here. I told you, if we get above this, we got to look the other way. Everything happened from orange to orange, which is just so lined up with, look at the money. Look at the money. Oh my goodness. Wow. It's almost too easy. It's almost too easy. Look at the money that... Hold on, let me mark out high day. High day's marked out. I'm gonna highlight it just so we know it's high day. I told everyone it was gonna happen, right? It's gonna be a break and a retest right here. Wait for the break and retest right here. This is too easy. And there's still people that are gonna be wondering, what should I do with my life? What should I join this Discord or not? It's not for everybody. If you're still sitting here and you don't know what to do with your life, you need to switch the channel. You need to go somewhere else that's more conducive to whatever, however you learn or however you think. Because this is, you know, I only said exactly what was going to happen for the last 30 minutes. Every single candle, every single leg of the move, I told you exactly what was going to happen for the last 30, at least, no, actually all day. All day has been easy. All day. Let me not shortchange myself. Come on now. Look at this. Now look, from 81 to, what is this? 2381 to 2430. This is good money. Once you learn how to scale the account, you'll see. You will see this is excellent money. And some of you, if you're not waiting, if you're not allowing yourself to wait for the setup, then it's never going to happen. You got to wait for the setup to happen. That's just how it works. Look at the money we're printing. No one else on the internet is doing this. There's nobody on the internet doing it like me. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Vertical squeeze. You know what I'm talking about. It doesn't exist. No one's doing it like me. It simply doesn't happen. When I'm telling everyone I'm the best doing this, I've earned the right to say it. I'm the best. Told you to protect that trade. Hey. Now what? What news just came in? All right, on the break of orange, here was, what do we say? Let's say $23.99 to $24.39. This is good money. This is over the 30 cents. Let's see what they want to do. They're getting hectic. Now they're getting crazy. All right, setups are on the screen. The setups are on your 5-minute chart. All right, so look, we retested VWAP. Let's see what they want to do on VWAP. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. If they continue up, this is a evil candle. This is a evil, wicked candle if they continue up. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. Yeah, we need to see what happens on this green. Let me clean this up. I'm not a huge fan of this green. I think I may be forcing it. We need to see if we break above this green. This is an evil can. And look, there's things like this, stuff like this. There's nothing you can do about that. There's nothing you can do about that. This is on purpose. There's absolutely nothing you can do about this right here. If this one just, you know, if you took this teal and you're chasing it and you got stopped out on this one, and if it continues, you can't feel bad about this. If you only made $3 on this and it goes up, there's no one could predict this, right? How much is this? 24. This is a full 2.5 points. So don't feel bad about this one. Your safety puts are still going to be underneath here. All right, what we have to watch out for is Friday chop to expire all the contracts right in here. We might have a bigger wedge forming. We need to see if they're going to make a high, a lower high, and then a lower high. So like that. If we get back underneath 2202, you need to probably cut your calls, Chen. Okay, we have to watch out for choppy consolidation for the rest of the day. We have to watch out for the choppy consolidation. This last one played out, I guess, and then this is still a thing here. So look, in between here, there's not a lot to do. There's not a lot to do in between here, okay? Here's major liquidity. Here's major liquidity. Here's the chop in between. We don't need to think anymore. We don't need to think. Just the answers are right in front of your face. The market is telling you what's happening. So there's expect this until it's not this. We see the sandwich in between. You don't need to think. You don't need to guess. Is it going up? Is it going down? Yada, yada, yada. It's doing this. The only reasonable place from here are going to be, again, this one right here. And then to the upside. Same thing to the upside. Like that. Don't think anymore. This is what it is. Remember, it's Friday. They want the contracts to aspire worthless. So if it goes sideways from here, that's not unreasonable. And we see the environment we're in now. Now we see it. It's choppy. We got to get outside of the chop. If you're not willing to wait that long, call it a day, go enjoy your weekend. But this is what it is. We might be, right, chopping inside of this. I'll be here. I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to be off to the side. Let's see if they make this low or low. All right, so we broke the blue. Protect this trade. Plenty of time to protect this trade. I'm telling you right now, you need to protect the trade. Look how hectic it is. Or if you're on the 5, we broke the green, right? Plenty of time to protect the trade. If you're waiting for this down here, wait for it. There's nothing wrong with that. Got about 3 minutes on this candle. Don't bring God into this, Chen. Don't bring God into it. You're the one who chose to trade off of vibes. There's a very specific criteria. Very specific. You can't trade off of vibes, man. A minute 20 on this candle. Yeah, that candle. Yeah. No, I got you. There's nothing you can do about this type of stuff. There's absolutely nothing you can do about this. But as long as you don't over leverage, you can live to fight another day. You're not going to win every single day, every single trade. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. 18 seconds on this candle. Let's see where it closes. It's so volatile right now. If you don't put your stop appropriately, it's just going to smack you in the face and keep going. Oh, you want to retest VWAP. Okay. What is this? About 3 minutes on the candle? Okay. All right, Chen. When this is done, I'm going to show you. I'm just going to show you the proof and the evidence of why it's costing you more to not be in the Discord. I'm going to show you why. I'm going to show you the evidence why. It's all happening. Watch. Stay tuned for maybe another 2 minutes. Watch. I'm going to show you exactly why. And now you're going to know I'm not bullshitting. Watch, watch. Here. Look at the money we just printed. Look. All right, everyone in the Discord, look. This is green. I highlighted it with a 2, right? That's the high confidence to take the trade on the close. Protect your trade now. Easy money. Easy money. Also, Chen, watch this. Look, I'm going to share the screen. Let me share the screen really quick. I want to show everybody exactly what happened. Screen share. Here we go. Watch this. Okay. At 9:02, one of the members sold the call, right? Within 0.07 of the top. Because we knew that on the break of this orange, I told everyone, protect the trade, protect the trade, protect the trade. What did he do? He protected his trade. And now we knew that the entry for puts was on the break of this green right here. From the break of this green, 22.26, all the way down to 21.65. This is good money. Right? So it all happened. I can't make this up. Sold the calls within 0.07 of the top when I said protect the trade. And now the put was right here. Easy money. Easy money. But you decide on your own. You decide. I'm telling you, it's going to cost you more to trade off of vibes. There's the proof. There's nothing more I can do, right? Other than show everyone the proof of what I'm saying. I mean, it still boggles my mind. It still boggles my mind that there's some people still questioning what they should do with their life. But I get it. I'm a random voice over the internet. You don't know who the shit I am. It could be all a scam. I get it. I get it. Some people need to learn the hard way. So what I'm saying is, if you did go in on calls, we knew exactly, or we knew the risk. We knew the risk. When I'm telling you, protect this trade, you need to at least, hopefully that means either you're mitigating some loss or you're going to break even. Hopefully that's what that means. Now look, we're still in this blue until we're not. And then on the break of this green here, easy money. I highlighted the green for a reason. It's highlighted with a 2. And even on this one gave us our 30 cents. A little bit more. Let's see. From 24 to 24.37, barely, but the 0.07 right there. There goes the 0.07 Rhino got. Perfect. Good job, Rhino. God damn. This boy doesn't mess around with his 30 cents, let me tell you. Good job. Understanding the risk. That's all it is. And let's say you were to go to gosh damn infinitum, then you got to be okay with that. Oh well. The home runs are going to come. The home runs will come. If we stick to whatever the shit is I'm saying, we'll be fine. We will be fine. And it's based on probabilities. I'm not saying there's anything 100%. What I am saying is, based on a balance of probabilities, our best bet is to just follow whatever the shit is I'm saying. To understand the risk. As long as you understand risk, you'll be fine. Because you're going to know not to over leverage. You're going to know not to let it go till who knows when. Just be reasonable with your stops. Be reasonable with the expectation of how much money you're expecting to make on a trade. Again, we had how much? From 2084. We had a 4-point move already today. That's a lot of movement in the market. So if we're asking for more than that, then we have an unrealistic expectation. Now we need to break underneath here, retest this lick box, and then reject underneath this lick box. I'm here. I'm going to be quiet for a little bit. All right, Chen. VWAP is at 22.93. Let's see if they want to get another test of VWAP. Damn. Below the water. Let's see. Kind of, yeah, below the water technically. Above the water, but maybe starting a bear cycle. So this could You gotta hope for a weak bear, Chen. You gotta hope for a weak bear. And it has to be a very weak bear cycle. All right, we're still in this blue, right? We're still in this blue. It needs to drop another... What was it? 20, 30 cents to get a second bite at the apple over here. We got 48 seconds on the candle. Okay. It'd be nice to get a second bite of this apple. At least 21.67 would be nice. That'd be nice. There it is. Second bite of the apple. Easy money, right? Still inside the blue. Still inside blue. Easy money. So look, we had the break of our green, still inside the blue. And if you're doing exit strategy legs, then you're still in the trade, right? You're still in the trade from, probably from here. Yeah. From the 12.25 candle, if you're doing legs, you're still in the trade. Okay. You're saying your mistake, but the question is, did you come out on top? I just read this. Did you come out on top, Rhino? Okay, perfect. Easy, right? All right. Good job. Good job. So I think now you're starting to understand that you got to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. And then, you know, if you want to share with everyone what enabled you to, or what factors did you see that allowed you to hold until you were able to at least, you know, get ahead or get some profit out of it? Was it legs? Was it above water? You know, if you could just share, that would be great. Look at the money. Look at the money. Break a green. Look, I highlighted it with the 2 to tell everybody what to expect. And I even said, look, here's the high, lower high, lower high. This is too easy. This is too easy. Ah, good job. Good job. Okay. So, what Rhino did was he put his stop where it needed to be and he let the play out. Put your stop where it needs to be and let it play out. There you go. Damn, that makes me very proud. Very proud. I love that. There we go. Sometimes it's just as simple as that. we knew where the stop needed to be, right? I have it marked out. We know exactly where it needs to be. Good job. And then you just waited until it went into profit. There you go. And then on the other side, we knew how to make money on the other side, right? On the break of this green. We had a good day. Let me mark this stuff out. I'm gonna clean up the chart just a little bit. We had a very good day. I remember this one was a verbal call out here. I'm gonna mark this one. This one was a verbal one in the morning. I didn't have any paths drawn. I had originally the liquidity, and I was like, look, when it breaks this above this certain level, it's gonna move. So that was this one here. So that's what this is. So when I do 1, that's 1. Here's 2 on the break of the magenta. Technically this is 3, but we'll do I think we can do, I don't want to stack it too much. It's going to be a little confusing. Here goes another move right here on purple, on the break of purple. We identified a break of orange here. And then we identified the break of green here. So these were the setups we had today. This one was the only one that was verbal, where I didn't chart anything yet. This was just verbal. So here, technically this one as well, but I'll just leave it because this candle went all the way through, so I'll just leave it. We had one here. We had the call here. I mean, technically this orange as well for 30 cents, but and then the put was right here, and this one's still winning, right? This one's still winning. Remember, we're still in blue. We're still in the blue. Okay, Rhino, I see. You took this VWAP break right here. You took this one over here. Let me see. 1040. Okay, yeah, 1047. Got it. Oh, okay, because I had this path right here. At the time, I think I had this one here. And then you put your stop below the look. Damn, very good. And you held through this? Oh, my man. My man. Look at that. God damn. Good job. Good job. Understanding the risk. That's what I'm talking about. Very good job. Damn, that's impressive. That's impressive. That's balls of steel. That's far more balls than I have. I only have one ball compared to you. I have the Cyclops of scrotum. Because I'm one ball. I don't know. You held through that and you stuck to the rules. Very good, man. That is very, very good. You're understanding the rules. You get it. You get it, man. You get it. Hell yeah, dude. And you put it, I'm assuming, underneath the lick box, right? Like somewhere underneath here, you have to put your stop. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay, good. I like that. You know, donated one to science. I like that. But don't get overconfident now. Don't over leverage. Keep doing what you're doing. Don't get overconfident. That was good. You understood the liquidity box. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yeah, because if you took the trade here, you put your stop. When you say 47, so then it had to be below this last low. Well, I mean, this one could have been your low, but I think you understood the liquidity box was here. So that was good. And then even if it did go against you right here, right? Let's say if it did go against you, your stop loss would have been from here to here. It would have been this right here. And then we would identify this blue, and you know that this blue would have been the money. So that's why it's important you stick with the trades. Let it play out. Even if you did get stopped out here underneath the lick box, you knew that if it went underneath blue, that's where the money's going to be for puts. It just has to work like that. Okay, from this, all right, it broke. Damn, I stopped paying attention. It broke this blue. So look, from green, how much? Let's say, I don't know, green. 22.25 all the way down to 21.51. This is good money. This is good money. All right, now we need to see if we're going to keep up this trend, right? High, lower high, lower high. We need to see if they're going to make another lower high. If we get above 23.21, we got to look the other way. We got to look to more chop. If you made money today, it's not going to get any easier. You need to think about calling it a day. All right, let's see what they want to do on green. Let's see if we're going to reject green or if they're going to build some strength back inside of it. Because essentially, we're looking out for this, right? Hold on, let me clean up all this. Let me give some clarity to the situation. We want to know if this is happening. So at some point, we like to close the cup down here and then form the handle. So however that happens, you know, it may not be pretty exactly like this, but essentially that's what we want to see if it's going to happen. Which that doesn't mean that it can't keep doing this until the cup closes and then make the handle. But we need the cup to close. And then we're going to look out for the handle. If the cup doesn't close, meaning all the way back down to 2084, it's important that we get all the way back down to here. Or else we're not going to know when to look out for the handle. So closing the cup, step number 1. Step number 2, waiting for the handle. So we don't want to get caught in chop at the end of the day here. We don't want to get caught in this chop. So allow this cup to close. It needs to close at wherever this is, 2084. So if we get a little dance inside here and then break this one, this will give us some reason to think that we have another push down to close the cup. So we got to wait to see whatever's going to happen in here. This is going to be our diagonal liquidity. Damn, I don't know how much you guys heard. I was on mute. All right. And then for the ups. All right. So we know we're waiting for this cup to close for the downside, right? Let me go over it again. For the downside, we want this cup to close. Wherever it closes, and then we want to form that handle before the push down, okay? So that's one setup. Take a screenshot. Here's the other setup. We want to see if we're collecting like this. So there's the other setup. If none of those play out, then guess what? We're just stuck in chop. So there's probably a 50-50 somewhere around here. Here, I'm going to draw the paths. Here's a gift for the weekend for everybody. Now remember, the 50-50 is a price. It's not, I'm not saying it's going to happen here. It's a price. And then we're going to put this one, I'll just leave this one yellow. And then anywhere in between here, chop. So this green here should give us an idea, and this orange here should give us an idea.
rage on that beat, going crazy.
I'm here. I'm just being quiet. I'm gonna check in every now and again, but I'm gonna be off to the side.
rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, I'm here. So look, we had a rejection on this orange right here, right? So now we need to see if they're gonna close the cup now. So if this play right here was gonna play out, we needed to break this orange and then retest probably this level somewhere around here, retest the 50-50 and then shoot up. So, and this one kind of broke. See this one right here? It kind of broke it already. It's dancing on it, but yeah, this green is gonna tell us what we need to know. So for the call side, this would have been ideal, right? A break on this orange, retest, and then reject. But we also have this right here we need to worry about. So let's give this a second. And then if we break the green, we want to see if we can target to close the cup. Let's see if we get a dance right here on green. The dance we want to look for, the down, up, down. Oh wait, this is red. We want to look for the quick down, up, down. 2 minutes on the candle.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, second bite at the apple is going to be at 21.50. All right, second bite at the apple. There it is. Protect this trade. All right, so if we took the break of the green, 21.78 to, where is it? All right, yeah, this is a good trade, good win. Take the win. Follow whatever your exit strategy is. If you're gonna take the money, take the money. If you're gonna hold until the legs, hold till the legs. Or if you're holding until the break of blue, hold till the break of blue. So remember I said we want to see a dance on green, right? And what was the dance? A quick down, up, down. This was the dance we wanted to see on green. Here's the money right here. And also remember I told you, we're looking for the break of either this orange or this green to find money. This is what we need. Matter of fact, we saw a rejection on this orange in here, and then the easy break of green right here. Now you get to plenty of time, right? Plenty of time, plenty of room to figure out if you want to take money, if you're going to hold, whatever you're going to do. But we know where the money is. We don't have to worry about our entries. It's just the exits. Just the exits. Now, if you're I know it's going to be hard to catch exactly on the break of green, but if you're hesitating, you're going to make it, you're going to have to hold for a little bit of retracement on some of these plays. That's when you're going to have to really pay attention to the legs. That's when you're going to have to pay attention to the water. That's when you're going to have to overlay maybe your 1 minute on top of it, right? See if the 1 minute makes sense. See if that's adding up with your 5 minute, and see if that makes sense with your 30 minute. Look, we have the break right here. I did this on purpose for a reason on our 30. Okay? So it's important that we don't panic. We need to be robots when we trade. We're underneath the liquidity box here. We got to be robots. Look, we're firmly in this blue. And remember, we want to see if we can at least get down to, what is it, to close the cup. Wherever this cup is, 2084. That's what we're hoping for. But either way, you know, we accomplished our goal here. We did our little over our 30 cents. So if you're holding for this, hold for this. If you want to take your money, take your money. We don't have to worry about the entries. It's just the exits. Wherever you want to sell it, that's on you. You got to figure that out. Today, everything was textbook, right? Not every day is going to be like this where literally everything works out. It's not always going to be like that. I think we had a little bit of drama right here on this wick, but there's nothing you can do about that. There's no one can do anything about this right here. I mean, on this candle, not this whole candle, nothing you can do about that. But I think we were also prepared for this one too, because, you know, I told you, you better chase this. You better protect this trade. Adjust your stops. So, I mean, we were okay over here too. And now you get a chance to figure out, if you were to take this green, do you like exiting on the break of the channel? Do you like exiting at whenever you hit certain amount of profit? Do you want to wait for the legs to close? Now you get a chance to work out your exit strategy without any stress. Without any stress. Let's see if we can break 21.26 in this same wave. If we could break below 21.26 in this same wave. There we go. This is a nice, easy trade. Nice and easy trade. Still inside the blue. Now you need to adjust your stops, okay? I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to adjust. That's all. Easy trade. This one was very easy. Everything happened the way it should, right? We wanted to see the dance, the quick down, up, down, right on green. Everything played out the way it should have. Now we're hoping to get to 2084. If not, we still made good money. You should be adjusting your stop. So, definitely don't let it go against you, because you don't want to get caught off guard like this candle right here messed everybody up. And it's very important that we waited for whatever needed to happen, right? Because here, we had two options here. It was either going to be this one right here, or this one right here. So for this one, number one, we needed to break this orange here. First of all, we needed to break this orange, retest somewhere. I think I had 2258. I had a little bit deeper. Retest is 2258. All that needed to happen. So there really was, if you were scalping on a call from here to here, fine. But I identified the risk very clearly. Very clearly identified the risk. And I even said out loud, we want to see what's gonna happen on this orange and on this green. I was very clear. I couldn't have been any more clear. This is a nice, easy trade, right? Very, very, it's doing exactly what it needs to do. Exactly what it needs to do. Because we know we have a very, I'll repeat it again. I'll say it again. You got to rewind the tape. I said, this is a long time ago, by the way. It's probably around like 12:55. I said, if we break this green, we have a very higher or a much higher likelihood that we, could possibly close the cup, right? A very high likelihood that if we break this green right here, we're going to close the cup. And I even said, this is very important in here. This is very important. That was a nice, easy, perfect trade. And it also did the dance exactly where we wanted it to. It did exactly the dance. A quick down, up, down. This was perfect. Now the cup is closed, right? Now we have an expectation. I'm not saying it has to happen. It's possible it just shoots down and shoots down without us and we miss out on the trade. But, we'd like a handle to form here. That'll be great. That'll be great. But as far as this cup, like that was pretty simple. Pretty simple. That it had to be like that. Not that it had to be, but you know what I mean. Y'all know what I mean. Is everyone starting to see it? Does everyone get it? Whatever we're experiencing today, this is the ideal. The algorithms are hitting. All of them are hitting. Whatever we're experiencing today, it's not always going to be like this. But, we got to take advantage when we could. Very simple, easy trade. We knew from green to what is this? 2084. I said this around 12:55. It's almost 12:13. 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago. 2 hours advance notice. It's not gonna get any better than that. It's not gonna get much better than that, right? We're also running out of daylight. We're running out of room. So if you close the trade here, there's nothing wrong with that. If you waited till key level, I'm a key level guy. So if you waited for the break of this to the key level, fine. Be okay with that. Now, if it breaks and goes straight through, nothing you can do about that. You know, we'd like a handle to form. And pretty much like damn near to the exact level at whatever I have here. You know, so it's we're either gonna form this handle damn near exactly like this, or here's our other option. We continue in blue, retest the lick box, and then head down. Those are the options. These are the ideal scenarios. You know, if it just trades ugly like this down, then okay, nothing we can do about that. I'm telling you what the ideal setup is. We've had, it's been ideal all damn day today. This was an easy trade. Very simple. Exactly from green, exactly to the target. No, there wasn't even there was no drawdown here. It was straight exactly to the target, right? It doesn't get much better. So 21.79 all the way down to 20 is one full point. This is one full point. So look, if you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go. I gave that one away for free, but look, it's not always going to be like that. Normally I'm going to be just doing this for the Discord members. I said I'm going to give it away today, Friday as a gift. I definitely said that. So there was the gift. Go to the website livespytrading.com. If you want to get in on this, if you want to learn how to not stress and not chew your toenails off and not have sweaty armpits, to make this a sustainable, repeatable process, go to the website. It's going to take a little bit of time, but you'll get there. Everything was absolutely perfect today. It's going to be difficult trading off of YouTube. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right meow. It's going to be difficult. People do it, and I get the messages all the time like, hey, thank you for this, thank you for that. And I'm excited about that. I'm very happy about that. But if you don't invest in yourself, no one else in this world is going to. No one's going to do it. You have to invest in yourself. Trust whatever the shit is I'm saying, and it's going to take a little bit of trust. You're going to have to trust that shit. That's just basically what it is. You're going to have to trust it, because not just because I'm saying it, but because we have the data right in front of our face that tells us. You don't need to believe me. Let the data right in front of you tell you exactly what. I don't even need to say it anymore. If you're still watching and you have no idea what's going on, it's not for you. It's not for you. It's kind of like whenever I watch curling. Like, I like to watch curling. I don't know, only in Winter Olympics. I like to watch the curling for some reason. It's the only time I ever watch it. But I have no idea what's going on, so I know it's not for me. I can just watch. That's all I can do. You guys know curling on the ice when they go and they sweep or whatever it is. They're brooming or sweeping with the stone and whatever. I don't know why. I'm starting to learn the rules. The more I watch it, the more I learn the rules. And then now I can cheer kind of. I'm like, yeah, good play or bad play or damn, that was sometimes they really know how to, I don't know what this is called, when they pitch it or when they throw the stone. You can just tell when they're really good. Now that I know a little bit of the rules, but it's not for everybody. It's not for everyone. In day trading, this is also not for everybody. If you're not willing to follow the rules, or if you get scared out by a red candle, it's not going to be for you. It takes a certain risk tolerance. But there's only so much people can do, right? Because if you're watching, you probably got some interest in it. You're probably interested in making it a thing for yourself, something sustainable and repeatable. So I have to assume you have some interest if you're still sitting here listening to me. And there's rules to it. There's rules to play the game. As long as you play within the rules, you'll be fine. As long as you understand the risk, you will be fine. If you keep stopping yourself out in the middle of a play, you're always going to feel that FOMO, like, damn, I wish I could, I wish I didn't. We had one of the members earlier today held for an hour and change because the setup was still there. The exit was, I think he was saying it was underneath the liquidity box on this chart here at this time on the 1 minute chart. He held through Jesus. He held through all this. He got in somewhere here, held through all this, and came out on top. Just by following the rules. That's all it took, following the rules. If you don't follow the rules, it's going to be very hard. You're going to keep running into that brick wall. You're going to keep running into that brick wall because you don't have control over your hands to say, leave it alone. Let it play out. Get out of the brokerage. Stop looking at the brokerage. Take the trade, leave the brokerage, go back to the charts and listen to what I'm saying. Watch to see if we, number one, break the trend, break this selling channel, for example, right now. Number two, do we hit key level? Number three, are we above or below the water? Like, there's so many things that we need to verify before we just decide, well, I'm out of this trade. If we're in and out of a trade in 45 seconds, we're probably messing up. We're probably not doing the right thing. Also, if we're taking 5, 6, 7, 8 trades in a day, also we're probably messing up. There's only so many trades in a day. On average, the market only moves but so much. So, we need to put the probabilities and the statistics on our side. If we know that there's mainly only 3 moves in a day, we should probably limit our trades to 3. Wait for the setups. I'm always going to have them plotted out ahead of time. Always. It's up to you to wait for it to play out. Wait for the A1 setup if you want. And usually, whenever I have, something highlighted, or whenever I'm walking through, or a path drawn, we got a pretty good record here. So if you're interested in learning, I recommend on Sunday, join Sunday, go through the lessons, try to get acclimated with my speech, my vernacular, because I don't talk like everybody else. They all use these technical terms and they probably have 17 screens in front of their face and all this stuff. I don't do that. I just let the price do the talking. The price is going to tell me everything I need to know. Everything I need to know, the price is going to tell me. If I get it wrong in one place, then I know. If I get stopped out for a loss, then I know for sure where the money is. It's just math. I know for sure where the money is. It's just up to me to wait for it to play out, wait for the price to get there, to stop out all that liquidity, make sure that the market has stopped out everybody. So once I know everyone stopped out, the odds are in my favor. And we'll know when people get stopped out, whenever my little paths or my drawings, whenever they hit, that's when we'll know. And it can't be trading off of vibes. It simply cannot be vibes. That's only going to take you but so far. What's going to happen is you're going to get lucky. And even if you may get lucky 2 or 3 times in a row, but we don't want to rely on luck because that's not sustainable. We need to have something we can repeat over and over and over every day. We need to have something we can repeat. You need to get a set of rules for yourself that you know you are willing to abide by. And if you're not willing to do it, then don't waste your money playing around day trading. I'm telling you right now, don't waste your money doing it because it's not for everybody and it doesn't make you less than. It just means we have a different risk tolerance. Everyone has different risk tolerance. Some people are okay with jumping out of planes. Some people are like, you know what? That doesn't do anything for me. I don't need to do that. It doesn't make you weaker. Same thing with day trading. It doesn't make you weaker or worse. It's just not for everyone. But if you are interested and it's something that you're at least trying to do, give yourself the best bet. Don't sit here on vibes. And if you don't know what's happening and you need a little bit of maybe it could just be reassurance, or it could be just that other little voice in your head saying, okay, I think this thing, this guy's saying this thing also, now I feel some confidence. Maybe it could just be that, right? Sometimes we just need that little bit of extra confidence. Fine. But if you're trading off of vibes, if you're trying to use indicators, it's not going to work. It's not going to work, I'm telling you. But you don't have to believe me. There's only like 10 people watching. So, I'm giving away all these plays. I give away all these plays, like predicting the stock market 2 hours before it happens to the exact price. 10 people. That's insane. Meanwhile, there's 1,000 people watching on another. I'm never going to get it. I don't get it. And then there are going to be people that are being like, well, you know, literally people have told me, well, you need to get better. I'm like, what? Because I know the other dude isn't better. I know it because there's numbers, right? I can add. At least I can add. I can do that much. And if you add up, it's just not even close. So I think he just cornered the market during COVID, and everyone's just stuck over there. There's only 10 people, not even, how many people? 9 people, not even 10 people. And one of those viewers, that's me, because I have it running in the background. So very little bit of people watching everything play out in the stock market as predicted. No one gives a shit. I think a lot of people like to gamble. They don't like to wait. You know, the strategy I have, I get it. It's not sexy. It's a little slow and a little boring, and you know, we got to wait for this and wait for that. And the other guy, he's constantly bullish, bullish, bullish. Bears are here, bullish. And you know, and the truth is that's not how the market works. That's not how the market works. You know, if you're going to allow every little up and down to make you take a trade, number one, we shouldn't be in every single leg of every single move, right? That's not a thing. Wait for the proper setup. That's what I advocate for. But the point is that I'm here. I'm doing my best. I'm giving away god darn plays every day. No one cares. But if you're here listening, maybe you do care. And it's going to be difficult, and I don't want you to waste your money. That's the most important thing. I don't want you to waste your money. If you can't see what's happening right in front of your face right now, it's not for you. All right, Bridget. Hey, thank you for the type, man. Damn, thank you for texting. Shit. You're just talking to I really do feel like I'm talking to myself sometimes. Like, what a loser. All right, Bridget. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. And I needed that little shout out right there, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Guess what? Nikki. What up, twin? Oh, okay. All right. Got you. Stacy. Hell yeah. Stacy, why do you got an alt account? Stacy got the alt account. Oh man, Stacy with the alt account. Stacy does some weird shit on the weekends. Why you got an alt account? All right, look. So if you took profit on the break of the blue, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. You know, but we knew what we could expect, right? We knew we wanted to touch. What is this? 2084. She's smarter. We knew we wanted to touch 2084, and we had an idea that once we did touch this, there's probably going to be a little bit of bounce. We already knew this was going to happen. We already knew. There's no surprise here. No surprise. Let's see how. Now this, if it went literally up to here, that would be ideal. But look, we only got an hour left. We only got an hour left. So I think. I miss you, Nikki. We only got an hour left. I think if you're in the Discord, we need to start tightening up our stops or getting ready to close out the trade for the day. Yep, Cruz. There you go, Cruz. That's what I'm talking about. I'm just going through reading the Discord comments now. I think we need to stay measured. We need to stay measured and you know, we don't want to. We need to have realistic expectations. And I know 30 cents sounds like trash, but trust me, when the home runs hit, right? It's gonna be the break of whatever. The break of whatever is gonna happen, and then it's gonna stack, bang, bang, bang. The home runs are gonna hit, right? I know somebody in the Discord that lived off that 30 cents for like, I don't know, probably months. Lived off that 30 cents and was like really religious at 30 cents. And then, you know, now I think, you know, you're starting to catch your own stride. You're starting to learn yourself as a trader. And that's good. And I know 30 cents doesn't sound like anything sexy. You're like, what? I can guess and make 30 cents. What I'm saying is we want it to be repeatable. We need it to be repeatable. Something we can do over and over again. And then once you build that account to a certain level, you start getting multiple contracts, that 30 cents you'll see. If you wait, let's say you waited 2 hours for one play, 2 hours for the next play, you took 30 cents on each. Once you get that account to a certain level, it's going to be a 4-figure day or mid 3 figures. I'm telling you, it's just time. It's going to take time. And in one day, and sure, it may take you, who knows, 6 hours. That's how long the trading day, you know, but if you quit your job, then whatever. What else are you going to do? If you quit your damn day job and you start doing this, and all you really need to do is put alerts. Your alerts are going to go, I have to sit here because this is what I have to do. But if you just put alerts and you're like, all right, look, here I'm waiting for calls. Here I'm waiting for puts. Set an alert, 30 cents. I'm going to go heavy. Once you get to a certain level, I'm going to go heavy. And then you're making like really decent money every day. All right, Stacy, I'm gonna hold you to it. But you know, you don't have to do anything for me, man. I do this for everybody else. I'm doing this for everybody else. It's not for me. This is you're not gonna believe it, but I had a dream and God told me to do it. There, I said it. I'm not even lying. If I were to hear that shit, like, I think if I was on the other side of the screen and someone was like, God told me, I'd be like, shut up. Get out of here. I know it. I'd be like, get the out of here, man. Shut up. But here I am saying it. Man. Come on, Nikki. Nikki, be nice. Nikki, you woke up on the side of violence today. But for real, if someone would have been like, I had a dream. I had a dream. And then, God. I know, I get it. But if I heard it, I'd be like, this guy's really reaching right now. This guy's reaching. This is some desperate shit. That's what I would think. If I were to hear that, I know it. I would be like, this guy sounds desperate. But here it is. I'm the desperate guy. It's crazy. That's funny how that works. It's true, man. It's so true. So true. Now, whether that meant anything, probably not. You know, it probably didn't mean anything, but I definitely had that goddamn dream. And also, you know, I never done any, I don't even really have any social, I don't have any social media. This YouTube channel is the only social media that I have. The only social media I have. So I don't have any social media. I don't, you know, I never caught the wave. And I think I just don't care to take pictures of my breakfast like that. Yo, my ex used to have dreams about her teeth falling out. My ex used to have that dream all the time about her teeth falling out. Nikki, are you my ex? Anyways. Yeah, I just started this. I just started doing this, right? I had that dream and I was like, okay, this is what I'm going to try to do. I don't have any video editing experience. None of this. I had to figure it out from the ground up. From the ground up. Building the plane as I'm flying. I had to have some of the members help me out. Some of the members help me. Because they know I'm an old retard. There's just some things I don't have the mind for it. Some things I don't have. And you know what I learned about myself? Look how perfect this is playing out. Anyways, you know what I learned about myself over this last like maybe 2 years, 3 years? I don't remember anything that I read. I have to hear it. I didn't even know. I know there's Audible learners, and I was like, okay, whatever. But come to find out, this is only like after, you know, how old am I? I'm so old now. Just knowing that about myself, that I don't learn anything if I read it. I have to hear it. Damn, Stacy. Life support and prayer got him to the next day. I'm telling you, man. There's something to it. There's something to it. Esophageal cancer, god damn it. Do you smoke? Look, a turnaround somewhere up here would be great. You know, it would be almost too perfect, but it would be really nice if we got up here and turned around to make this handle. Ah, okay. Damn, Stacy, you must have been smoking. Actually, you know what? Sometimes people are just more susceptible to the cancer. But I'm glad you got out of it. Yeah, smoking, definitely. How long has it been since you smoked? How long has it been since last time you smoked? 2 years, okay. Do you ever miss it? Do you ever think like, damn, wish I could have a smoke right now? Because I know sometimes when people get drunk or when they drink, they want to smoke cigarettes, even though they don't really smoke. What do you use to like stave off your craving? Do you use like nicotine patch or just cold turkey or... I'm pretty sure throat cancer was a wake-up call. You probably don't need shit. Okay, yeah, that's probably the best way. That's probably the best way. When I wanted to stop smoking, I had to lie and tell myself that I hated the smell and it was disgusting. And then eventually it just stuck. I was like, ew, gross. I have to lie to myself. I'd be like, ew, because I used to smoke. This is a long time ago. When it was still cool to smoke cigarettes. I used to smoke a long time ago. I was a young sailor. Damn, we only got like 45 minutes left in the day, so a lot needs to happen for this turnaround here. Excuse me, let me not say turnaround. The handle to form. A lot needs to happen for this handle to form. But if it went up to here, this would be the most ideal. But look, don't tell me I didn't give everyone. Look at this. Come on now. All I did was move it over a little bit. Look at this. Come on now. Chill, Nikki. Mind your own damn business. What the hell? You know we got a recovering addict in the house, and you're glorifying it. Come on, Nikki is a savage. In real life, he's an actual savage. Now look, whenever you see these flexion points, right? Whenever you see a flexion point, especially a 50-50, you know there's going to be chaos, right? When I say chaos, I mean, you know, a lot of volatility. And we're late in the day. We're late in the day, so. Foot soldier, they call me. Foot soldier, you mean foot soldier like those commercials where the foot fungus has a little green booger? Are you that? Oh no, I'm thinking of the Mucinex, never mind. But look, here's the lesson we need to learn right here. Now that we're at this flexion, which is also a 50-50, this is what we can expect. Expect some chaos, some hostility in here, because the flexion doesn't need to be an exact point like this, right? You see how this flexion right here is an exact point? It's not always going to be like that. Today was just perfect. Today was just a perfect day. It's not always going to be a point and then turn around. You know, expect volatility, because it's a flexion point. So each flexion point is, I guess, a form of liquidity. So the reason why I'm saying this is because I don't want us to get comfortable with just a single touch and then the turnaround. This is rare. This is rare where you get one touch and it turns around. Usually there's another bite at the apple, meaning we're gonna see some of this, right? Usually a second, maybe even a third bite at the apple, and then it's gonna want to turn around. It's rare that it just touches one time directly where it should. That's rare, but today was just literally the perfect day. Everything went perfect today. The only thing that can mess us up now is because at 50, at 1550, that's when they're going to go haywire. That's when everything's going to start to do opposite, right? Maybe they might want to touch VWAP, who knows? But at 50 is going to go crazy. All right, whoever took this flexion here, you need to start. Theta is going to start to eat up this contract. There's not a lot of movement, and if it starts to go against you, that's not going to be a good thing, right? So start to close out this contract. If you're in 0 DTE. I know some of you are watching everything that happened, and you have so much goddamn regret and FOMO, and like, oh man, I wanted to take it. Why didn't I do it? I get it. I've been there. I know there's some of you that are like, gosh damn it, look at this easy play. I get it. Right? Because you saw this candle, and then this one was like, oh man, what the hell? Or, a lot of hesitation here, I think. I get it. Trust me, I get it. So instead of beating yourself up, you need to learn the lesson. There has to be a silver lining here. And the silver lining is not beating yourself up and, looking at yourself in the mirror with a belt and dripping hot oil on yourself or hot wax on yourself, telling yourself you don't deserve anything. The lesson here is you're learning the way the market breathes. You're learning where your are high probability setups. You're learning what it needs to look like. You're learning not to fall for every wick or every candle. There has to be a structure there. That's what you should be learning. You're learning what ideal means. What the ideal setup is, now you're learning that. So don't take it and say, man, I could have easily taken this trade from here to here. That would have been a nice. You can't do that to yourself. If they make support here at 22.58, you got to look the other way. Meaning currently we're looking down. If we get above and make support here to go, then we got to look the other way. Which is why I have this teal here. But also, look, it's late in the day. It's too late to be taking a trade now. So you need to be wrapping it up actually. Let's see where, look what I tell you, back to VWAP. What I tell you, if they wanted to grab liquidity, back off from VWAP. Here it is right here. So now we need to see if VWAP is going to be the turnaround. If we get above VWAP and make VWAP support, then we got to look the other way. So just take all the lessons. We need to take these lessons. This is just lesson learning. This is the experience you need. This is the exact experience you need, so you know how to play it next time. Because believe me, we're going to see the same setups over and over and over. Well, not exactly the same setups, but pretty close. Pretty close. Over and over and over again. You'll see. You'll know. You'll know which ones are highly likely, which ones are unlikely. You'll understand, hey, it's late in the day. What if they want to fade off to the side? You'll get it. You'll see the risk. It just takes you time. This isn't a get-rich-quick scheme. You'll understand that we're at the liquidity zone here. This is liquidity right here. So let's say this is earlier on in the day and it wasn't so late, then this would be the setup. Watch. And then you'd have to wait for the break, the retest, and the reject. So ideally you'd like to, if it breaks and goes straight through, oh well, we can't do anything about that. But ideally we like a break, a retest, and a reject probably around to this level as well. They still haven't touched VWAP yet, so let's see if VWAP is going to give us our handle. Now from this 50-50 here, I probably wouldn't feel comfortable with the put because look, I know, what I do know is that we're in this liquidity zone right here, right? So I probably wouldn't feel comfortable with the put until under 2188. Me personally. Because remember, each 50-50, each flexion point is liquidity that they're building. So if someone wanted to throw a wrench in everyone's spokes, they could easily stop everybody out and then force it to the upside. So we have to let this liquidity settle out now. And me personally, I think, what did I say? 2188 would probably be where I'd take the risk. If this was like early in the day, yada, yada, yada. At the end of the day, the rules change, right? Theta's eating it. Doesn't matter. If they fade sideways, then we're just going to go sideways, right? And I also know that in a few minutes, maybe 15 minutes, how long? Yeah, 15 minutes or so, that at 1550, there's going to be a spike in a direction. I don't know what direction it's going to be yet. So it's very important that we wait for this, or wait for some confirmation that we're rejecting the VWAP. So the way I see it in my mind, I want to know that everyone that just bought calls up here, let's say I want to buy puts. Everyone that just bought calls up here, I want to know that they all got stopped out. I'll have an idea that they got stopped out probably at 21, what'd I say? 88 or something like that. This is just what I'm seeing. I don't, it doesn't necessarily mean it's true, but this is just how I view it. Because if we do get down to 2188, that'll mean that this makes sense. And I think 2188 is a little bit too generous. Probably 2152. Then I'd feel a lot more comfortable with it. I feel a lot more comfortable with this handle forming at 2152. So step one, I want to break this green and get to 2188. Step two, 2150, 51 or 52. That's what I was talking about. If you're in 0 DTE, you see how it's stalling right here? You don't want to be involved in this because we know that it's going to be choppy here. This where it just touches one time, that's very rare. Very rare where it just gives us that one touch. This is what it's supposed to look like. Right in here. So this is why we need to be patient to make sure one of them gets stopped out in whatever direction. If you're able to understand that concept and have that patience, everything's going to get way easier. But look, if you did take a trade inside here, you know, you kind of have a stop loss in mind. Whatever I just said, that should probably be your stop loss. If you did take a trade, which means you got to let all this clear out. And if it starts fading up to the upside, then you know your calls are going to hit. Or if it starts fading to the upside and you're in puts, you know you probably need to cut it. That's for 0 DTE. So we knew this was going to happen. There's no surprise here. All right, Stacy, have a good one, bud. God bless you too. You've already been blessed. Every day you wake up is a blessing. be careful, because in about 3 minutes, everything's probably gonna go crazy. See it dancing on that 2188? It's dancing right on that 2188. All right, here we are at the 50. Time to get crazy now. Time to get crazy as expected. Now we'll see if we can break this 2188. We only have 2 more candles left, so oh man. Oh my goodness. All right, next stop 2152, right? All right, target hit. So I don't know if you guys can tell what's happening right in front of your face, but I have a, what does Liam Neeson say? I have a very special set of skills. I'm very good at whatever it is I do. Very good at this. This thing right here, I'm very good at. If you notice, look at this teal. Look where the rejection was. Look where this rejection was. The perfect rejection on the teal. I mean, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I mean, look. This is what it is. I told everyone in the world what was going to happen. I said, look, this is the Friday free, the free play Friday. I gave away the free plays on the Friday. I did my job today. We had a very good day. Look at the money. Look at the money. I told you it was going to go crazy right now. I told you at 21.88 what was going to happen. I told you at 21.88 exactly what was going to happen. This is too easy. This is too easy. But look, we do this every day. So don't feel FOMO now. We do it every single day. And remember, today was ideal. It's not always going to be like this. Today was ideal. Absolute perfection. Absolute perfection. Break a green, right? To 21.88. To, what is this? 21.52 or 52. What did I say? I think I said 52. It has to be like that. Look at this teal right here. This teal told you everything. You think it was an accident that I touched the teal and turned around? That's not an accident. I see it. I see it before it happens. You're talking about 3 hours, 4 hours. How long ago? 12:50. From 12:50, we already knew what was going to happen. Right? The call scenario never presented itself. Never. That's what I'm telling you. It's very hard to be wrong twice in a row. Even if you did get it wrong once, you have to actively work against yourself to get it wrong twice. You have to actually hate yourself to get it wrong twice in a row. You have to have that weird fetish where you want to spend money for no reason. If you got it wrong twice in a row, it's because you like that type of shit. Because it's impossible. Because I couldn't have been any more perfect. I simply can't. No one in the world, I'm willing to say the world, no one's doing what I'm doing. How the shit would I know 22.58? How? Tell me how I would know that. It's impossible. I'm doing this live. I even put a gosh darn right here for exactly this reason. Look at this 50-50. Look at this flexion. It doesn't get any better. It simply can't. Have a very special set of skills. Very special set of skills. This is the only thing I'm good at, though. Trust me. This is the only thing. When it comes to anything else, trash. But I'll admit it. I'm not good at much else. But this right here, woo-wee, I'm very good. And it makes me feel good because I know I got people that are relying on me, meaning the Discord, that they're relying on me to do my job. And it's important that we understand we're not always going to win every single trade, okay? Today was today was just textbook, right? Today was just the textbook day. Everything worked out. You know, I'm pretty sure I mentioned we had a high, a lower high, a lower high. Oh, this one just went continued. A lower, this was very, very easy day today. Let me not say easy, but remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast and affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. Once you understand that, go to that website, livespytrading.com. I will get you sorted out. This is very simple. It doesn't have to be difficult. You have to trust the voice on the other end of the screen. Trust that voice. Or if you don't trust the voice, trust the damn charts that's in front of you. How about you trust that? Oh man. Perfect day. Perfect day. I get lucky sometimes, Cruz. I get lucky. I get lucky, man. I'm telling y'all, I see it. I see it. I know it sounds like I'm talking shit, but I actually see it. I just know. Not that I know. I don't know. I see it. It literally shows up on my vision, on my screen. I know it sounds fake, but I'm telling you the truth. How else could you explain it? How else would I know exactly 2258? How else would I know that? No one else is doing this on the internet. I'm telling you right now. No one else is doing this. I've never seen anyone in the world do what I do every day. I've never seen it. You know, people may say, all right, you know, when this trend line breaks, cool story. I'm giving exact pennies. Exact pennies. No one's doing that. It just doesn't exist. It simply doesn't exist. Prove me wrong. And the shitty part is there's only like 10 people watching at a time. How? The best one on the internet, only getting 10 people. That's crazy. That is crazy. I thought when I started that, you know, if I did this shit you know, live, because I'm the only one doing it live like this, and we know the other guy, he don't hit like this. We already know that. And there's 1,000 people watching him right now, and it doesn't hit like this. We already know that. I thought that if I displayed this shit, it would be crazy, but no, it's not like that. No one cares. No one gives a shit. Oh man, you know, it doesn't really affect us, but you know, we're still gonna make our money either way. But you know, I just thought I would be doing like a public service or some shit like that, you know, and I wanted to help a lot of people. That was my goal here. And you know, I really wanted that to be the thing, to help just a lot of people that were like me when they started, or even, you know, even if you do have experience, you just had some bad luck. I just wanted to help people, and I thought, damn, here goes the answer. And no one gives a shit. No one gives a shit that I'm giving away the exact plays. I don't get it. I think people just like to gamble. They just like the thrill. Look at this. Look at this. All right, look. I drew this down to here. Look at the... Bruh, no way. There's no way. Look where the candle ended. Look where my line ended. There's no way. Oh my goodness. Okay. We had a good day. Holy jeez. That is crazy. Anyways. Whew. All right, Discord, if you guys got anything for me, let me know. I think we had a phenomenal day. We had a very phenomenal day. I want to leave this path on here just for the flex. I'm gonna write up the I guess we can do this right here too. I'm gonna do the wins for the day. So let me do that. I'm gonna do some admin. YouTube, it's been a pleasure. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. Ain't nobody here listening, but that's fine. I'll get you sorted. All right, let me, I'm gonna do this. I don't care if the stream's gonna run. No one's here anyway. But let me get this out of the way. Give me a second, I'll be right back. All right, Discord, let me know if you guys got anything for me. If you guys got anything for... Oh, aren't we trying to do something on Sunday or something like that? You guys let me know if we're trying to do something on Sunday. Saturday, I probably can't do it, but Sunday, yeah, I'll make time later on in the day. Okay, you got 5 seconds to let me know if you got anything for me. Otherwise, we had a great day. It's been a pleasure. YouTube, have a good day. Goodbye.